Dreams, welcome in. Um, I really quickly have to run and put some clothes from the washing room into the tumble dryer, and then I'll be ready to start playing Minecraft. Um, but welcome in, you guys. It's great to see you all. Um, we are, yeah. I'm gonna do my washing, and then I'll switch to the other scene. For now, enjoy some really good Kiki Rockwell. Yeah, no, I get it. The like the gay thing. Like girl. Alright, here we go. Also, check out the new, well, not new, the new background. Um, I've moved things around a bit, and I've caved in and changed to the fucking 16 by 9 format. Um, my god, is it cold outside? It is literally currently like right now it's like minus 10 degrees Celsius. And last night, where I live, it was minus 15, which I think is like below zero in Fahrenheit. But welcome in. I I caved in and did the wide format because I like in the preview of the stream in the notification, and when you're like on the discovery page on Twitch, it seems that more often than not, instead of like just showing some black bars around the um like instead of just showing the black bars like it would on other platforms, it like stretches it to make it look real weird. So it's like, all right, I'll cave in, um, because I really like the 4:3 format, but it's whatever. Welcome in. How are you two doing? And I love and I love that I'm in your walls. I do really quickly need to remember to set an alarm to remind me to pick up the dry clothes because the laundromat does close at midnight and I won't be able to get in. And currently I only have two duvet coverings, bed sheets, not bed sheets, but duvet coverings. It's a European thing. And I'm not gonna be able to sleep with the blanket if I don't pick it up. So, but that'll be in a while. But we are getting back into my lifelong um, special interest, which is Minecraft. Especially um, building creatively and kind of using it as a creative outlet. Um, and we're doing that on the server that I've played on for the past 6 years now, 6.5 years. Well, 6 years because the server is 6 years old now, and I kind of I started it way back in the day in late 2019 with some of my friends, and then I was a lead admin for a while, for like 5 years, and then last like a year ago, I left because I was burned out, and I started volunteering in real life for a similar demographic. Um, and like you can see in the oh sure right because we have new people come here who haven't seen my Minecraft stuff before because the original reason I started streaming on Twitch, part of it was to get more comfortable in camera, but really the main reason that I started streaming on Twitch was because people asked me, how do you build the things that you like, how do you like, what's your process? And I was like, well, I think it's going to be easiest to just stream my building process, um, because I may or may not have been like pretty popular on Tumblr, on the Minecraft Tumblr side of things. But when it comes to my storage, I mean, I already showed you on Discord some of it. I have this kind of like half and half. So I am big on redstone, which we'll get to in a second. But my main storage is in um my main storage is manually sorted because I do have sorting mod that gives me the same like similar like sorting mechanics as oh yeah, yeah, because Yeah, I gave you guys. That reminds me to give Shadows review because I realized like I don't have that many viewers like, and I have like pretty sure I have like 21 slots um for VIP. So I was like, why not just give them out to people who are here? Um, because the thing is like then you don't have to see ads, right? That's what VIP does, and I don't get that much money from ads. I don't really care about that. My bread and butter is going to be YouTube and studying, like, because I get the money from studying. Um, but my main storage here is manual. Um, and to the dismay, to the chaos and dismay of many of my Minecraft friends, all of my signs are in Danish to kind of keep me grounded in reality. Because I tend to speak a lot of English, and but I live in a I live in Denmark. Um, Now this is my town. Um, it's the town that I've been working on for the past I think 3 years. Because about 2 or 3 years ago I made a commitment to say I'm never going to expand. Um, I'm only going to transform the things that I've already built to kind of keep me from being overwhelmed. And it's like what the wonderful thing is, this is the strategy that has kept me from burning out on Minecraft creative building. The only thing I burned out on was because like I was being the most like the main like force driving the server for periods of time. I was like the only staff person, a custodian doing things. And as I started volunteering in real life for LGBT youth, I was like, this is, you know, in real life, volunteering is a lot more fulfilling for me. At least compared to being an admin on an LGBT Minecraft server. And I had also like burned out heavily from being like an active admin for 5 years. So my um, storage, like my big storage, my like from the XP farm that I have on the server, which is the most popular XP farm on the server, which is kind of my main attraction of this area. Um, because it's kind of insane. Because again, it's on a server where there's like a bunch of quality of life plugins, which means I can silk touch spawners and place them elsewhere, and I can change. Of course, you can change the spawners with and a spawn egg. Um, and so we have this super like optimized. You can kind of see it if I do. Is it there? You can kind of see that the chunks that it's placed in a way that it like it's using all four chunks, because what you can see here is that like the chunk borders, because of how Minecraft like treats mob spawning. It limits to there's like a limit per chunk, and so I've made sure that like this is basically the most amount of mobs you can get from spawning, without of course crashing the server. um, which I have visibility. Yeah, because I remember you showed me this in the Discord call. Um, and and then of course with all those mobs comes a lot of fucking drops, like insane amount of drops. And I also like I knew I was gonna be like I was offline, like I was away from the server for at least like 8 or 9 months. So I built this thing that is made to last for years without interference. Yeah. Um, so this is very like redstone nerdy, which is not really my intention on stream. My intention on stream is mainly to build. But I can show off this, in my opinion, insane contraption here. Um, it is a auto sorter for the things we have here. Well, let me turn down the music a little bit. Um, for all the like drops that come out of the mobs. And then, because there's, again, so many drops, like, it's not just like, oh, one chest of amethyst blocks. No, no, no. It's like several chests. So for that, we have an auto shulker loader, which loads items into a shulker. And then as soon as it's full, it pops it and like puts it in a chest down here. So I get these double chests full of shulker boxes full of the item in question. On top of that, as you can probably... Also, I should mention, I'm using a texture pack called Mizuno's, so everything looks different. It's a texture pack that a lot of people who do like creative builds, like they use because it makes everything a lot more photogenic, and it makes everything a lot... I also know a lot of autistic people who use the texture pack because it makes everything a bit more toned down, as opposed to like the vanilla textures we had like 6 years, because the texture pack is like 8 years old at this point. And back then, the vanilla textures in Minecraft were very like bright and like almost like a neon compared to this. And overall, just a lot of beautiful like textured like chests and some things. Anywho, so on top of that, so that in order so that I can keep track of like, oh, these are the shulkers with this item, these are the shulkers with that item, it also auto crafts dyed shulkers in the color that I need them to, because they added auto crafters to Minecraft about a year and a half ago. If you haven't played Minecraft in a while, there's been a lot. And one of the main thing in Redstone is that they've added an auto crafter. Now, that being said, it's not easy to use. It's super complicated to use, and it's very, very well balanced in that way. That it's like, yeah, there's an auto crafter now, but it requires some incredibly sensitive redstone timing to work as intended. So that one crafts shulker boxes from, again, it's a server with plugins, so shulker shells are part of the custom drops. That there's a very small chance that one of them, I don't remember which mob, I think it might be witches, they have a very, very low chance of dropping a shulker shell, and those shulker shells are sorted into a separate thing over here, where they are used to craft shulkers for the system, in order so that it is almost as self-sufficient as it can be. The only manual things that I need to go in and do once a year is to refill the dyes, because trying to funnel dye in here when there's like when there's stackable item versus non-stackable item, it's hell compared to how little I need. Like, it's once a year I'll have to go in and like plop in a new stack of dye. And then there's the chests, which maybe at some point I'll make an also crafter for chests, but if you, again, the scale of things, I filled this up a year ago to the brim with chests, and after not touching this for a year, like, we're still on this amount of chests, you know, like, there's some point in redstone engineering where you just have to go, it's not worth it to try to automate it. Now on top of that, everything that's not, all the drops that are not sorted, of course, go into a chest. Some chests here that is public. People can just like pick it up. And also, if in the case that the system clogs, like, let's say all these chests are full, and or something breaks maybe, and the everything just starts getting funneled all the way back, or all these items that are not these items that are like not you know, sorted into my system, if these start filling up, there's even an automatic anti-clogging system, which means that if these fill up, they will start to funnel the items back into the system and start cycling until someone picks up the items picks up enough items to turn off the anti-clog. It's all like I spent like I think like at least 6 months designing this. It still has a small the last thing I need to like fix is that once in a while a baby mop gets stuck in here, which I don't even know yet how to fix. Maybe it'll be like switching these out for solid blocks. I'm still not like it's not that much of an issue because it's not that many. And compared to how many mobs it spawns, it's fine. So anyways, that's like there's a bunch of redstone going on underneath my village. But today we're here to work on the overground part of Drady, which is the name of the town. It's kind of like inspired by elf stuff. There's Drady, and then there's a section over here I want to show you, which I'm very proud of too, which I might work on more at some point. This part is called Axberg, which is a name that I got from the first ever like goth or edgy town that I made, player town that I made back in 2019 when I was like just moved out from my parents' house and I was like super depressed, so I was spending a lot of time on Minecraft, and I got on a Minecraft server called LGBT Empire, which I have a lot of tea about that I can talk about now because it's years ago. But basically, on that server at the time, in 2019, I had one of the most popular like player towns on the server. And one of the it was like it wasn't even just one town. It was like a metropolis almost because it had like a city center, and then it had like branching like into different because that was back when Minecraft biomes were a lot smaller. So I was able to have this kind of player town where you could like you could go down into like 4 different directions and kind of choose your poison of like where do you want to live. And one of the pine forest part was called Exberg. And so now that I have like kind of recovered a lot from my Minecraft burnout, and like it's been really my brain has been sort of rewired a lot to like understand that I'm not an admin anymore. I don't have the responsibility. And after I broke up with my exes and I've been living alone for the first time in my life, I've been really like actually unmasking my autism. I returned to my favorite thing, which is train tracks in Minecraft and making these kind of relaxing minecart tours. Oh, um, I, um, I guess you might call him Sleepy Prince and not the Shadow Prince today. So yeah, now that now that I'm returning to my original autism, we return to Minecraft and trains, which again was the original what is it called? The original attraction on my Twitch channel. Um, so that's kind of where I'm at now. And yeah, Shadows, you should like. Is it because you haven't slept? I'm curious. It's like you don't want to be a bad boy, do you? You know? Mm-hmm. Good. Cause like I need to all right, I need to remember to have something to write on my stream so that I remember things. because I want to do a daily. I need to do the daily commands, and I want to do like a daily frog. Um, I just need to figure out if I can do that in something else than mix it up, or make mix it up work on Linux. Very big travesty that I realized this that mix it up does not work on Linux because it's coded for Windows. But I might be able to find a different Discord bot to do it for me. Um, very concerned about all. I mean, the VOD is going to be there, and um, I mean, it's probably not the first, not the last time I'm streaming Minecraft. Um, oh right, elevators. They go in my storage real quick. Um, all right, because Shadow's the one that lives in Alaska, so it must be like, but I don't know if his sleep schedule is off, so I don't know if we can even, because he would be what, like 7 or 8 hours before me, behind me, so that's he. It should be like 11 a.m. for him or so, 11, which could be that he's been awake for too long and he needs to go to sleep then. Um, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. Again, the one of the reasons I developed this sort of soothing voice, is because some people started using my Twitch bots, not bots, Twitch streams like to wind down and really like relax, because I tend to attract the he they like the he theys who are, into men and like having sort of like a big brother type, just comforting them, um either because they miss their own big brother or, you know yeah. I It's like what was his name on the Dreamers Discord? Vesper. Vesper is only like one of many in a chain of friends and Twitch viewers I've had throughout the years, who all sort of fit the same description of like a gender non-conforming he they whose gender like goal is to be like a long-haired man. And I, of course, like some of them look up to me because they like, they've very much told me, that like, oh, this that Atlas represents like the way I want to look when I go on T and whatever. um it's so adorable. um um and so, what was I thinking of? Oh yeah, so it's like a mix of like, there's sometimes a little bit of attraction there, but it's often also like they want a comforting figure. I think that's probably why I relate a lot to your dreams, because even though you do like a different gendered version of it and a slightly different role, it's I too have that like comforting presence for some people, um, which think is a huge responsibility. Like that is a something that should be humbling, and you know, like, um, okay, so we are going to build some houses, because I'm not really in the mood for working on the train station. Um, yeah, yeah, same. That's the thing. I grew up as a big brother to two siblings who were, um, like my biological sister is from 2005 and my biological brother is from 2007, and like I'm from 99, so there's kind of like a big age gap there. Um, yeah. Oh, clock that tea. that part. Um, learning to become your own comfort person is definitely something I'm familiar with. Um, like it calms me down to calm other people down, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, yeah. Like, um, it's um, it's even like this voice has also because I've used this voice online, and now it's just like um, I don't even think about it anymore. It just clicks on like when I'm on a mic, and I'm on my computer, or in general when I'm speaking English. It's also made me a lot more calm as a person. Um, we had kind of a funny moment the other day when we were, when I was accompanying my best friend's partner to the psych ward. And he got his blood pressure measured or taken. Um, and of course, his number was super high because he had just smoked a cigarette and he was super nervous. And then when he said the number, I was like, oh, like, because it was like 180 or something, or 160. I was like, oh, is that, oh, because when I'm nervous, because I do get very because I get very overstimulated when they have to put on the thing on your arm that sort of um, inflates and then starts pressing on your veins. Um, and when I'm nervous and overstimulated, my pulse is like 120, which was kind of really funny. Like relations, like, oh, I guess I am a very calm person. So much so that my blood pressure is just permanently like low. Um, because I'm just so like calm. And I guess that it has a very comforting presence to people. Because I speak in this voice even when I play like competitive Overwatch. Um, I mean, I guess some of it also comes from a little bit of depression and disconnect from, is it emotional? Not disconnect from reality per se, but like definitely an emotional distance that I've had kind of developed as a survival strategy. Um, a kind of like, I wouldn't, like a practical nihilism almost, kind of, but not really. It's like, it's not, because I wouldn't call it stoicism. Medicine that makes it, yeah. And that's the funny thing, like, I'm on ADHD meds. My pulse should be higher, but I think because my mind is so much at peace, when I take my meds, like it it lowers my blood pressure. Whoa, 50 is wild. Yeah, because I think my base, I think the lowest I've ever gotten taken was like 80. Um, so that's wild. Um, okay, what am I, oh, right, I need to reference here. Oh, right, Deep Slate, no, Blackstone Bricks. Um, which I have in the shulker here. Um, it's yeah, and it, this type of like guy also, or boy sometimes also, there was a lot of them on the server as well, and that still are. Um, that's something I'm very proud of that we were able to do on Grandma's house. Was that we were able to both be a safe space for trans masc people and for trans femmes. which was something that I didn't see that often in LGBT Minecraft servers at the time, was that there was this kind of soft divide between different LGBT Minecraft servers, depending on what kind of Minecraft server you grew up with. And it's not that it was like a hard divide. There was still a handful of trans femmes on the trans mask centered ones, and there was still a handful of trans masks on the trans femme centered ones. But it was very much like at during the peak of like LGBT Minecraft server and Minecraft servers in general, like 2018 to 2022. Um, Part of that was the pandemic. I had sort of like loose contacts with a lot of different LGBT Minecraft servers, and there was a soft divide between like the more anarchy leaning servers with not a lot of protection plugins and just a lot more stripped down Minecraft. And a lot of those servers would have a lot of trans femmes there for some reason, which my pet theory was because a lot of trans femmes, when they were younger and in the closet, were playing on our anarchy servers. Um, Not that that's more common among men, but it was more common among boys, especially boys who were sort of like tough and wanted to be tough. They played on anarchy servers. Whereas as soon as you started getting more like protection plugins and more quality of life, you see more girls and more feminine people, I would say. You also see like more queer men and like queer people in general get on the more like um, the more creative focused servers where it's like survival but with a lot of protection, like fire can't spread, and there's protection plugin so that trolls can't grief your stuff, can't like destroy your things. Um, and there was this sort of soft divide where you would have some servers that were very like Tumblr coded, um, and would be very like they would have these like super pretty spawns, and um, it was very much the same demographic who started playing video games because of games like The Sims, um, versus the demographic of gamers who started playing video games because of like Call of Duty or CS, like Counter Strike, stuff like that. Um, However, that divide is not as much there anymore because gaming in general doesn't have that soft divide as much anymore. Because my pet theory is because of especially games like Overwatch, Apex Legends, Valorant, and Fortnite, making FPS like shooters a lot more colorful, and it has been studied over and over that how do you get more queer people and women to play video games? You put feminine characters in there that you can play. Like, um, it's not necessarily. It's kind of interesting that the major reason that not a lot of women play things like Call of Duty and Counter Strike. I mean, more do now, but like back in the day, was that like you only play as like male characters, and something that Overwatch, Valorant, and also Fortnite have been really successful at is adding more like representation and more character customization so that you can play as someone you feel represents you. Because I've at least read some studies that kind of show that like, oh yeah, it wasn't that as much about, it was still half and half. It was like half like, do I feel represented in the player characters? And then the other half was absolutely like, how is the chat? Like, how is the community? How misogynistic are they, basically? Which, duh. Um, but so that, of course, that kind of soft divide in video games. Also games like Animal Crossing has gotten a lot of women and a lot of soft men into and feminine men into video games, and then also horror games like Dead by Daylight has gotten a lot of I would say some games like Dead by Daylight has gotten a lot of people into PC gaming that would not have necessarily otherwise gotten into gaming. At least from my anecdotal point of view, knowing a lot of like horror and horror gays, horror gay fans, gay horror fans, um, who have played like consoles. Because in my experience, at least growing up in the 2000s, consoles were a lot like more like that's what the cool kids have, because that's what you played like FIFA on. Whereas like a PC, it's not until later that PCs became more mainstream, PC gaming. Um, and considering like a lot of people play DB on console, I feel like that kind of became a gateway drug for some to get into PC gaming, because then you get into the streamers and then you find out, it's easier to do a lot of things on PC, and it's a little easier to be on Discord calls on a computer, etc., etc. And of course, there's also a higher, at least traditionally, there's been a higher barrier to entry when it comes to PC gaming. That barrier to entry is a lot lower than it used to be. It's still pretty high. At least if you have like, if you know someone whose parents are on unemployment benefits, you know that PC gaming still has a high barrier to entry. However, owning an old PS2 or PS3 with some Guitar Hero or whatever is a lot more accessible to poor people. I am only lucky to have my PC because technically, technically I'm a trust fund kid, but not a very, very small trust fund of $5,000 that my parents like that I got access to when I was 18, and I used half of that to my first gaming PC, which gave me the sort of base to play video games. Here we need, you know what I need? I need spruce. I think. Let me go back and see. I need spruce, and then either spruce or I want to decide. I need to decide on something here. Do I want to go like spruce planks like here, like this kind of aesthetic, or do I want to sort of play on the aesthetic that's over here and do like, I feel like maybe I want to do concrete here on these and then start doing spruce and stuff here, and maybe also doing a building that's like made of rocks, like the mausoleum. Right, because I don't have the temple anymore. So I need some sort of... Oh, I just realized I don't have like a town hall or something like that. Like, I need some sort of... Oh, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. We are going to make the train station part of the city center. Okay, we're cooking here. It's important to plan out some of your builds before you start building big. As I am playing in survival, so I can't just remove stuff, I have done that before. Like, basically, there used to be a big village here, which is pink, but when I kind of when I stopped being a fanboy, I stopped pretending to be happy all the time. Um, I you know. But I don't know if I want to drop too much lore now that Shadows is asleep. Let's see, because I kind of want to. Okay, now I'm thinking, how do I connect this train station to sort of city center sort of building? And I feel like we maybe do that with a tunnel here. Like we dig up this, and then so I need something a little darker. Oh wait, it's coming. Okay. The timing. Right, I forgot that this playlist. Finally, I can listen to it while I'm building. This used to be my building playlist. Still is. When I'm doing this sort of darker stuff. Because I'm someone who gets heavily influenced by the music I listen to while I build. Um, so I decided I need something like to fit the vibe. To kind of push me to allow myself to build this more like goth style. Um, um, and the playlist is made as a sort of um, gateway drug to black metal. But we'll get there when we get there. Playlist sort of starts off with some Kiki Rockwell and some Aurora and some folksy, dark folksy sort of music. And then it'll slowly descend into something more edgy and darker, which is exactly the kind of vibe I want in this city. It's like it's like a folksy sort of southern gothic vibes um, during the day, or not southern actually. Should remember I'm not I'm literally like Scandinavian. It's Scandinavian gothic vibes. It's the it gets dark. Like it's the 3 months of just not having that much sun, and the outside is hostile, and also very much added that, especially as a Danish person, in the grand scheme of things, it's very easy to feel like we're a tiny country. We don't matter. We're just gonna do our own little thing here. It's very like you grow up being like, oh, it is a small country, but then also like it's still you can still feel isolated, just on a very much smaller scale. So it's a different kind. It's very much I would say, the sort of Scandinavian Gothic, very like folksy, like dark folksy stuff. That especially Mirkur is really good at conveying. Is um, the silence. Because Southern Gothic is very Christian. It's very Christian trauma, but it's I think the key difference in those two cultural like influences is that in a lot of places in the U.S. like there's still activity in the night. There's like it's a whole different kind of like horror. It is still horror, like of course, like there's a very unique. Um, there's definitely a uniqueness to you like horror that comes from the U.S. because of the uncanny valley of it's midnight, like between midnight and 4 a.m. for example in the U.S. Like some stores are still open and really traditionally a lot of stores were still open and people are still like walking around the streets maybe and but it would not be like it would be that kind of disconnect from reality. But if you live in the countryside in Denmark like I do, I have to decide the other day that I do not take walks between like midnight and 4 a.m. because there's anyone out there. Exactly because there's no one out there. It's just silence. There's nothing but you and the darkness. And that is a feeling that I sort of want to try to hone in on in this Minecraft town. It's like um, that I want to acknowledge that sort of darkness. Um, Speaking of Mirko, now we get to the Danish folk music, the dark Danish folk music that is, which I've been really getting into here. Okay, so we have, I think we'll have to here open this up maybe to make this make sense for the building. Um, I think I want to have like a sort of town center building type of building. Um, and then have that be like um, have the building have like, what's the word? Like be connected to the train station that way. A bit like how the Danish Copenhagen Central Station is actually built, where it's like there's the trains like underground, but then there's also like a big like there's the nowadays one of the only ticket offices in Denmark because everything is digitized. Um, I know everything is an app. The app committee owned the app. Um, but it's like it's also like it's like also a police office. There's like there's a lot of like it's kind of also a food court sort of, and it's also a very much a meeting place for youth. Before going out somewhere, we're like, let's all meet under the clock. It's a classic thing. Like, and there's like, I kind of want to take inspiration from that kind of vibe. Um, and I think I want to, yeah, let's connect that here, like this sort of vibe. And I think, you know what I need? Okay. I think I'm on my way to cook here. I need like this or this, maybe. Think about this. It definitely yes. I just had a friend ask if they could hop on to speak. And I was like, yeah, it's open call. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello? Hey, don't think I can hear you. Oh. That was a quick one. Give him a second. Are they gonna come back? Hello? I still can't hear you. Which is strange. Are you having issues with the mic? Love when Discord works, which is never. Yeah, let's see here. I think we need this sort of vibe. Hello? There you go. Now we can hear you. Oh right, you're in Linux now. So that comes with its own issues. Yeah, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. How's how's your day been? Mm-hmm. Mood. It is so cold outside. Not that I like it. Well, it's not. It's just it's cold to the point where I can't just waltz out to the washing room. Like I have to put on the the knitted sweater and the jacket. Yeah, I mean, I'm also open button shirt inside. Pretty warm in here. It's just cold, but I'm also not as warm as you. Looking over this. Um, I think what was I? Oh yeah, of course. That's up to you. I mean, as long as my Twitch viewers are okay with hearing comms, fair. Then it's fine. I think the only thing to keep in mind is that, of course, like it's Twitch, so um, yeah, that's why we have words like PDF file or just saying F, hello F slur. And I am also playing on a micro server that is like family friendly. So to keep in line with that, I also sort of tone myself down a little bit when I play Minecraft. Well, oh, do I? Hello? Hello. Hmm. Yeah, I changed permissions today, so people should be able to join it. Um, Anywho, you're in here now. Yeah, mate. How goes? How goes? Oh, yeah. Oh my god. It's the generational, the never-ending feud between Sweden and Denmark. The, exactly. It's the I think the Denmark and Sweden one is the longest standing feud because it's been going on since the 1200s, probably. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is true because I don't know if it catches because my stream language is set to English. Yeah. Um, yeah, and no, unless you even and even when you because even if I set my language to Danish, for example, and I started streaming in Danish, again, it still would be bad because it's not the first. I mean, first of all, the it requires that someone in my chat reports the stream, first of all. And even then, like, yeah, it's like when I was like back in the day when I had like my peak, it was like, 10 viewers max. Um, so it's like the chance that someone like gets very low. But of course, I still want to keep a clean record as a habit more than anything. Um, It's more of a habit really than a 100% needs to be clean all the time. Hmm. All right. Uh-huh. Oh, if the people who really flash buff PCs are the people who stream in full 1080p or more. I, which is insane. Some people can do it. I have friends who do, but I'm also like, how how are you not crashing? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. But most of them are mainly into women. Yeah. I mean, if you need an excuse to if you need an excuse to transition, there's your it's easier to get sugar daddies. Or more like in your case it would be easier to get like if you were to dress up femininely and stream with your like a thick Latvian dialect or accent, you would get a lot of simps. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Just saying, you know. Yeah, because I'm. Yeah, but it's easier if you're a woman. Because, like, just mathematically, there's more people in the world that are into women than there are men that are into. Like, there's more men in the world that are into women than men that are into men. And because of the gender pay gap, there's more sugar daddies than there are sugar mummies, which is a wonderful context to use the gender pay gap in. Imagine now. I imagine like a simp type feminist who's like, we need to even the gender pay gap so that there are more sugar mummies. Like, um, let's see here. We need to make this a little bit bigger. Um, that's above PC for you. Oh God, you've been using Chrome before this? Oh yeah, yeah. I used to use Upper GX when I was on a shittier computer and streaming, and that was before I figured out how to do the Spotify doesn't go on your VODs thing. So I had to listen to these like lo-fi mixes on YouTube because they're only on YouTube, the good ones. And I had to have YouTube open in a browser, and it never worked with Firefox. I would always like start lagging if I was streaming and had a browser open. Only with Opera GX was it possible back then to stream and have like a browser window open. Um, so credit where credit is due. But again, it's still Chromium. Like in Firefox, you can also do a couple of settings if you really dig deep. Um, yeah, the long day fetch. Yeah, I feel you on that. uh, mhm. That would be the anti-union. Eh, I think unions are in principle good, but that doesn't mean they're good in every context. That makes sense. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, because again, it really depends on what field you're in. Like, if I were to work as a history teacher in gymnasium, there is no way in hell I'm not joining a union. For example, like if you're a teacher or a job like that, you join a fucking union. Reminds me of the fucking those like ads that were on old DVDs. Like, you wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't peek your brother, would you? I understood one word there. Flashbang. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait, Discord on the stream? Hold on. Oh yes, but the audio has been okay. Now they can hear you.
The schizophrenic.
Yeah, there we go. You've just been voices in my head all this time. Well, they've been able to see the bubbles lighting up, but not the audio for some reason was hidden. Don't know why. Let's see here.
Right.
So this kind of size. Hmm.
Ay, cool. Oh wait, we could have been saying slurs all this time.
Yeah. Too late now.
I still have voice
LPH
chat.
is really holding himself back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally say like so many of them.
Hey Cedar, welcome in, cutie. How are you doing?
Cutie. Why do I feel
Are
like
you surprised that I have simps online?
why do I feel like I've joined a random Discord server at 2 in the morning when I was 14?
Yeah.
You know I'm fucking joking.
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
Got this, don't worry.
I think we're gonna have to reshape this pathway. It's building to there to be space.
Brother is becoming a fucking landlord as we speak.
Oh, I've been being a landlord on this Minecraft server. I literally own land that I sell to people so that they can build like bases close to like.
What are you, the Danish fucking the Danish government? This one is
No.
closer. Ay, 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 ay.
I hope I'm not. That would fucking suck. Actually, wait. If I was, that could be fun. There's a lot of things I would change.
This one is closer to the stores, and it's a bit closer to the train station. So now it's gonna cost your entire life savings.
Hmm.
Because, yeah.
Hmm. The Danish welfare state is holding on by a fucking thread.
You don't need more, do you?
Mm. Oh, I know how to do this.
Ow.
We take. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My Looney, for fuck's sake, my nuts holding on by a thread. Hello, Looney. Welcome in, clown boy.
Minus 50, by the way.
They're holding on a bit more than by a thread.
How's your day going, Looney? And how's Tuckles? Tuckles is a clown doll that Looney has, which has like an Instagram. Why does Cedar get cutie, but I get clown boy? You're a cute clown boy then. But you're still a clown boy. Give him my Insta. Yeah. I have it on Insta. Hold on. I mean, you can. What is it called? Crank the plug or whatever it's called.
The fucking what now?
A crank the plug is like shout out your thing. Hold on. I have it. My followers, not following.
Alright, is this our cue to hop into flocking?
No.
Oh yeah, it's Tuggles. But yeah, Tuggles underscore the understroke of the clown.
No clue.
Yeah, but I don't mean inviting her here. And I don't know. I also don't know if she wants to be in the VCU with more than like 2-ish people because of the whole, everything going on there.
Yeah, that's fair. And it's also like if it gets intense comms, it doesn't really make sense to have it on this Twitch stream.
Yeah,
because this voice call is for like chatting in general.
Alright.
So like an open podcast.
Yes. If you're still on, like I'll probably hop on, but otherwise we're gonna hop into any server.
Good luck. Enjoy your games.
Oh, we
Great stream.
have a great stream, and don't
Thank you.
Don't crack the clown too much.
Crack the clown. Uh-huh. So that was one of my IRL friends' partner, which is funny because LP's partner is also a clown boy. I tend to. It's almost like I have sort of like a tendency to. The clowns keep coming. Something like that. And it's the clowns and it's the clown boys and it's the he theys, like Vesper, and then also the overlap because like Jester, who's the partner of LP, is like both he they and a clown person. Exactly. Does that make me the supreme clown, or does that make me like the ringleader of the circus? Because I sometimes do dress like a ringleader. The fucking vest and the sprawly shirts, button shirts. here, we need to expand here, like, into this. It's about to be a big project, but that's what I do. I overcomplicate things. Sure. Oh, yeah, the clown ringleader. Um, there's so many not safe for work jokes to be made there, and I will try to refrain. Um, but you can just like think about them. I can just insinuate, Um, I want to skip past to here. I want to get a little darker. Building. Something about rings. Something about being a leader. We are literally syncing up right now because I just did that earlier. Which reminds me I need to pee. It'll take 30 seconds. Drink while I'm at it. Juice. But like you saw earlier, the voice call is open. In case anyone is interested. Stop. There we go. Okay. So the train is gonna go into here, like this. Yeah. Boom, and bada boom. And here. Okay. So now I have like an outline. To finish this outline, and then I'll start working on those houses, I think. So I have an idea for what I want them to look like. I have this idea. I want to see if I can do something that I've been wanting to do for a while, but it seems very complicated to do, which is to do gradients in your Minecraft build. Which I've been kind of scared to touch, because it's like a lot. Um, let's see here. I also am a big fan of this ambient, like, I'm just really a big fan of Mirkor. I saw her live at Copenhagen last year, and she is a really good, like, the thing about Mirkor that I explained to my friends at the time is that if you've grown up as a Christian choir kid, she's a really good um, what is it called, entrance drug. I forgot the word. Um, gateway drug to black metal because she uses a lot of the same techniques that we use, at least in Danish choir training. Which is kind of funny. I have Danish choir training, but not a lot of English because you sing differently in different languages. Um, so I can sing somewhat well in Danish, but in English it's far from the same, the same abilities. Um, so you guys, then comes this, which I think is a wonderful, like, just like vibe in general. Yeah, and it's kind of funny, I never really made it to theater. Um, but I've become friends with a lot of theater kids, like, later in life. Um, um, but I was in a choir as a kid before I went into puberty. Like when my voice was all the way up here, so I was like a soprano. Um, I was a soprano before I went into puberty, and I also like grew up like Christian, of course. So we sang a lot of psalms, um, and I still really much enjoyed the reverberance you can hear in the church when you're singing. Um, I find that feeling to be very like gives me like goosebumps still to this day. Um, see, we need this sort of um, I don't know if I want to separate it into maybe yeah I do maybe want to separate it into two here and then connect these two. Yeah, okay. Um, na 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 na. Like this is very much like it makes me feel connected, sort of not in like a right wing way, like connected to my ancestry, but in a more like pagan sort of way. Um, I mean, as much as I find the Vikings series to be full of historical anachronisms, um, I really much enjoy the soundtrack, which is what we're listening to right now, um, which was made by Murkor, who is a Danish and Faroese, I think is how you say it in English, from the Faroe Islands, um, singer who used to do pop music, and then at some point she had like and she was also quite like it was very clear when I saw her live and just generally in her music, like, oh, she's also choir trained. I think and she also has some like live albums where she sings with a choir in like a cave or in a church, and it's really, it's like, it's so good. Um, but anywho, she's just, I need to move these two. Um, I think I want to. Do I want to? No. Yeah, I want to put some. I'm gonna put some of her songs in queue here, but we'll get back to her songs later when we've gone through. Again, this playlist is sort of like a gateway drug to black metal for people who are into the sort of dark folksy music, but are not ready for like black metal yet. So it kind of eases you into it. Then when it's like when you've just listened to this thing we just listened to, then it like takes a little step back. So be like, how did you feel about that? You know, and then later it'll dive fully into like really like dark black metal. Um, Also, again, I need to listen to this while I build, just so that it kind of puts me in the mood to build a little bit darker builds. Yeah, I also don't listen to it 24/7. Funny enough, I listen more to it in the winter because it gets so dark outside. So I get in that sort of mood when it's dark and cold. And quiet. It's so quiet out here in the countryside of Denmark. It's quiet and it's dark and it's cold. It's just you and the darkness. And Myrkur and Heilung, which is what we're listening to right now, which is not to be confused with Heiling, which is a whole different. Heilung is the original, like, it's more like hailing, like hail the whatever in like medieval language. Heilung is like the Norse, Old Norse version of that word. And there, I can also heavily recommend those if you're into this sort of dark stuff. And just overall, like the way their stage present, their live shows. I haven't been to one yet, but I've seen pictures, and it feels like you're in a forest, like in a Scandinavian forest, summoning demons, like, or not even demons. Like this is like before Christianity, so it's like summoning spirits, dark spirits, to help you on your conquest, your Viking like and as you can hear, he's yelling, or he's doing a traditional way of yeah, phase. I think is a really good word to use here too. He's using a tradition. Both Murkur and Heilung use this sort of traditional, both the throat singing, and then Murkur especially also does the kulning, which is traditionally used to call in cows in the Swedish countryside. It's this very, it's a bit like how opera singers can project their voice. It's a very similar to that, but more ethereal and more like a little bit more spooky. I've queued up a song where you'll be able to hear the man in Heilung also does the male version of Kulning. So it's really yeah, here you can hear the cooling, I think. No, wait, that's the other song. Hold on. I'm gonna queue up. Oh wait, it's in. Yeah, the next song has cooling in it. This is from a traditional Danish folk song style. I think she wrote it herself. But again, you can kind of hear the influences from being a choir trained, and the kind of mixing choir style with black metal, which is right down my alleyway. Getting goosebumps right now. I've been wanting to listen to this kind of music on Twitch for years. Now that I've like figured out how to not have the VODs muted, I can do that now. And this is what gets me in the mood to, build this sort of darker stuff. I'm kind of tempted to say like um, I should also say smooth lighting. Where's the light? Hold on, quality. Smooth lighting. Oh yeah, look at that. I need some lanterns just to light this up a bit. And this is when the playlist starts like slowly devolving into black metal. Kind of, it's been spoon feeding, it's been microdosing. Especially because there's not too much of the growling yet. Because that's something that can throw a lot of people off in black metal is the like kind of sound, the black metal's growling, I think it is called, yeah. And this is also, fun fact, I did an a cappella cover of this song for one of my video essays, the big one, where I went to a local road tunnel in the middle of the night and tried to do like a choral, just an a cappella cover of this. Because it's a folk song about a mother who is comforting a child who is dying of frostbite, which is, when you combine that with this sort of haunting, it goes straight and it cuts straight into my soul, and it cuts straight into like experiences I've had in my life. Like when I went to high school, there was one kid who was walking home from a party one night, and he somehow found his way to the high school building, but of course it was closed in the middle of the night, so he couldn't get in. And then a morning runner found him the next day, dead from frostbite. So like, I think when you combine living in a small country where you are taught, like your culture, you're like, oh, Denmark, like we live so close to each other, I can walk anywhere. But then you combine that with a huge alcoholism problem. Like we drink, when youth here drink alcohol, they drink like 3 times the amount of, units as Americans. And we know that when we have American exchange students from the US and they complain that like they drink 3 beers and they start getting tipsy. And at the time when they've drunken like 3 beers, the Danish high school students have drunken like 5 shots of vodka already and are just getting started. So when you combine those two things with like unrelenting, like winters that are just super cold, and again, not a lot of life. Not a lot of like life in the middle of the night because we don't have a lot of those like things that are open 24/7, especially like out in the countryside. Because again, we're so kind of we're privileged, a lot of us, to have like space in the fridge and money to have like a and there's just not a lot of it's only like hospitals and police like and like public transport, some public transport that's open during the night. And of course some gas stations in the city, and of course some 7-Elevens, but that's kind of it. So when you combine that with like drunk youth, a very common, and again, you take guns out of the picture, very key difference there between like the themes of folk music, if you want to like, because if you want to compare like this is the Danish version of like country, basically. If you want to say like American, like white American folk music, of course, because there's of course also indigenous music, which has a whole different set of themes that are common. But in like blues, um, it's more, it's a lot more focused on like a lot more like of a recurring theme is like, oh, my husband, my wife left me and took the kids, or or again something like I shot the sheriff, or like it's like um so often to do with guns or gun death. But when you take that out of the picture and you have a country where one of the more common like types of like common sources of death among youth, especially, is frostbite. Like, it's freezing to death in the dark when you're drunk. It's um I love having a autistic boyfriend. Anywho, um, so that really, yeah, it's terrifying. And so I really like how Miracore kind of really like encapsulates that feeling of the fear of dying of the cold. Like something that is can be so like abstract. Like a gun, like I'm not saying that a death by a gun, for example, gunshot, or like an illness is less scary. It's just a different kind of scary. Because like a murder is a lot more concrete in that sense, whereas the cold is a lot more like that's like an abstract like, and so of course the yeah, oh yeah, exactly. So that's how you get these sort of like mythical, this whole like myth of the cold as these like dark spirits that are taking away like your child. Um, that's always fascinated me. Um, and I kind of want to build that sort of feeling in Minecraft, like with the pine, the spruce forest here, and the like. There's some civilization here with my shops, but then as you like come out into the forest, there's like not a lot of life, but you still feel kind of at home. It's very much how I feel at the moment. At that it's like so like I it's it's dark and scary, but it's also like it's my home. Like I feel like it's my dark and scary. It's a dark and scary that I'm familiar with, in a sense. Um, and that is the type of feeling I've been wanting to get across in my Minecraft town. It's dark, but it feels homey. Um, see, and I need to get a shovel. I think I have some. Let me see. I need a shovel box of like Putzel. I have, I think, over here. Um, and now that I've like, not that the playlist has like warmed people up to like some black metal, it takes a step back and gives you some Blackbriar, which is a wonderful band too. Um, Blackbriar really plays into that mythos well as well of the Fae and the, but they're from Hungary, so that's a sort of different sort of cultural mythos they're pulling from, but still very similar. I also like that they made in one of their songs. I think is it on here? Yeah, it's coming into coming in a minute. In their song "Fairy of the Bog," they actually make a reference to an actual bog body. That I'm like, I know that one. That one is in Denmark. And is on display on the National Museum. Which I think is super cool. Like to like to make a black like a metal song, a goth metal song about the bog buddies and like that sort of mythos. Because we're talking before the Viking Age. We're talking like in like the Bronze Age in Northern Europe, you would have, it's kind of like we've found a lot of these bog bodies in the swamps because when the bog, when it turns into peat, as it's called in English, back in the late 1800s, um, especially poor people would often use peat. It's called peat, like from the peat bog. It's like dried up bog that you can use as a really effective like fuel for like burning. Um, and during the, like when people started digging up like the dried up bog, they would find a lot of the bog bodies, and it's been documented now that that was like a common thing that you would sacrifice people to the bog. You would sometimes also use it as a sort of death sentence to be thrown into the bog. We know because one of the bog bodies, on his bones, you can see that he's been strangled before he was thrown into the bog, which is really interesting to me that they like. It's very clear that like some sort of execution was going on here. And we've also found a lot of other things that, other than humans, like there's also been like pottery and flint like tools that have been found in the bog, kind of indicating that the bog was this sort of, and it kind of is. It is this super kind of scary. Like it's the it's the quicksand of like temperate weather, because it's just this sort of mysterious dark area where like you're just gonna get swallowed alive if you step on the wrong spot. And from like a Bronze Age perspective, you don't know where that person goes. They just disappear into the ground. And that kind of creates its own mythos. And I think it's really cool that someone has actually now made like a goth metal song about this sort of girl who like gets lured by the fae into the bog. But there's also definitely like a queer overtone in it as well. Of using the bog as like a metaphor for like finding other queer people. Yes, exactly. They hold, because they're airtight. There's no oxygen, basically no oxygen, especially when it's peat. The bodies, there's one of the bodies is notorious for being so well preserved that when it was found, they didn't call a museum, they called the police because they thought it was fresh. And the only reason that why the ones that are displayed are so shrinkled, it's because they in the 1950s, when most of the bog bodies started being put on display, they were just like laying on a table, like in a box, and you could just like touch them and shit. And of course, that has like destroyed them over time. So the bog bodies that are very well preserved can never be put on display. Some of my friends were on a the 1 year when I had 1 year of archaeology. We had a weekly trip. And one time there was a trip to the archives, like the archives of the National Museum of Denmark, like where they keep all the items that are not on display. And some of the things that they will never be able to put on display at the moment are some of those really fresh, well-preserved bog bodies, because they have to be in like oxygen sealed, exact like the same moisture that is in a bog. And so they're in these like sort of like tanks that are like really, really like sensitively regulated. So you're only able to see them if you have like, reason to be there. And I find that fascinating. And speaking of, here's the song. Which is, at least as I see it, like a creative sort of take on this sort of mythos that then have developed around these bug bodies. Again, fascinating stuff to me at least. Okay, so town center is planned out here. Let's put this here. No, wait, here? Yeah, let's put it here. Okay, so I need some brown concrete, I think. I need to quickly do a swatch test here. Because I need to see what color of concrete would work best. Like, next to... Sorry, spruce wood? Spruce wood. Let's see here. My dyes around here somewhere. Where are they? Somewhere in here. Here? Bingo. Brown dye. Yeah. Exactly. Like, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I've always been fascinated by mythos that derives originally from like an unexplained weather phenomenon or a climate phenomenon, climate thing. Like volcanoes are a great example of that, but also things like floods. Also just the concept like lightning. Esoterica is a great channel that has a video about the god of lightning in like ancient religion in like the Middle East, like before all the major religions. Like we're talking pre-Abrahamic religions. There was this like god of who was both the god of lightning and destruction, but he was also the god of like a fruitful harvest because they had this kind of they culturally kind of processed this sort of doubleness, this double-edged sword of like they were in like a very dry climate, so they were kind of relying on the rain from these like very violent rainstorms to water their crops. But it was also the like super scary like thunder that would be super loud and you could get struck by lightning and shit. You could burn a tree and start fires. And then that's when you get this sort of god who then becomes this sort of double-edged, like two-faced god, which I think is so interesting. Shit like that, like when we culturally process, like the human like need to like put things into a framework that we can understand. Which of course can also be detrimental. Sometimes like racism is a framework, like eugenics is a framework. Um, um, and yeah, and that sort of doubleness kind of I've always been fascinated by. Okay, so okay, we have brown concrete. We have these blocks. Let's do a little test here. I need to make a gradient here. Definitely not this block. Oh yeah, and then this. That could work. Hey Pengy, welcome in. Oh, let me remind myself to heavy. There you go. Let's see. I feel like this is going to be too dark of a color, maybe? What about this? Oh, This could kind of... Actually, I think this is the gradient we're going to work with. Stripped dark oak wood. Okay, I'm going to get some of that. I'm going to find some... See, I think I have some over here. Because I kind of want to see if I can do like a gradient for the walls. If I really want to... I always want to up my game when it comes to building in Minecraft. Yeah, it's the VIP. Because I mean, why not? You know, I realized that I have 12 slots with the VIPs. Not 12, sorry, 21. Um, and I only had like 3 VIPs at the time, and one of them was a mod. Um, and then you can watch my streams without ads for free. Um, oh, and I also gave you Looney VIP. I just forgot, but now I've done it now. Um, okay, let's put this here, and let's put down this gradient here real quick, just so I can keep track. So then we're gonna need, oh yeah, and then we're gonna need a block. Maybe? Actually, maybe we don't. Hmm. Okay, so now the question is, do I do this sort of gradient? Do I do this? Yeah, that one. Okay. Now we're like upping the game when it comes to creative building here. We're doing a gradient, which I haven't done as much before, because I've been scared, because it's really hard. It takes a lot of work, but it's work that can pay off, you know? Um, so let's do, yeah, let's start with a base, just for the gradient. I need this, and I'm gonna need to move my, I already feel I'm gonna need to move my stone cutter over here. Here. So I'm kind of feeling two ways about the raising the houses here. I think this house can be raised, but then I'm gonna say these houses are not gonna be raised. Okay, let me sure I don't. Okay, there we go. I need to check here. So would it be best to do this sort of vibe, or maybe like, let's look over here. Let's say, oh yeah, Blackstone. I think Blackstone would work better actually for this color here. This, and this. Oh yeah, okay, okay. We're doing that. We're absolutely doing that. We're using Blackstone bricks, because that looks so much better. Look at that. Oh, that is a delicious, delicious gradient. Okay, so gotta decide where the door is here. I also need to pee. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I think it's gonna take 30 seconds. cooking. I need to go to the next song here. I am more in the mood for some Blackbriar, I think. Yes, give me the dark, like the dark winter women singing. Again, the cooling. I mm, yeah. Mm, here. I need to skip past a couple of songs down the rabbit hole here. Because now I'm building. Need something a bit more speedy. Inflation's been really its shadows just congregating, so act on sensation. Sensation, this is the reason you came to creation. Countering the game, started frenzy, and there pick the blame. As the nose empty on the same old energy, baby. History repeats. Same old energy, baby. They'll march you through the streets. Same old energy, baby. They fear but they don't know. Energy, baby. Heard this way before. And this is what I mean by gradient, which is a little bit ambitious of me, but if I am nothing but not ambitious. And you know what to do. Yes, we really do. Beep, beep, damn out, my man. I told you we throw you seas rains. What's up and downs? Just trying to survive. A woman with magic is fine there with him if that big is beam between her thighs. My simple flame, come join the game. Take the blame, bitches to ding. Nothing else empty, all got is shame. Old energy, baby. History repeats. Same old energy, baby. March you through the streets. Gee, baby, they fear but they don't know. Okay, so I kind of like how this gradient is coming along. So that's good. I don't want to switch back to vanilla textures because it's gonna look ugly as fuck. But I don't build for vanilla anymore. I build for myself. So, JD, steak. Okay. This. Look at this delicious gradient here. Oh, I gotta mix in some more. This. Nice simple flame. Come join the game. And see how they'll take the blame. Like this. Here. This is what I really like about gradient. But as you can see, it takes a lot of work. But again, it's work that pays off. Yeah, that's it. What'd you say? Yes, that breakdown is so good. And she's coming to Germany this year, and I kind of want to go. I haven't bought tickets yet, but I'm probably gonna buy tickets next month if there's any left. Oh my god. Getting to experience that live would be everything. In the stereotypes people. Sin. Yeah, it's just a screen. Then we need. What's the roof like over here? That's deep slate, isn't it? Yeah, that's deep slate bricks with a mix of. Okay. Let me do. I have that right here. So that will be like this. Yeah. Oh, and I need some fucking slabs. This is what I mean. Like, I need women screaming in my ear. Oh, that's my taste in music. Just keep going. Yeah, this is the screen. Yeah, the faith, the time, and the It's getting goth yet, but it will. Just need more like. Let's see, now we're getting into the more darker, the last part of the playlist, where it devolves into this. Yes. Ligger jeg i mit mørke Still, still vi er i den sit. Sorry. Okay, like goosebumps. And now we've arrived at the black metal that I usually listen to. Ah, you know. This is the sort of ambient that calms me down. Um, okay, this is definitely the way to go. Like now we're doing like medieval Scandinavian music. Um, oh yeah, look at this. This is the way to go. Actually, maybe. Yeah, maybe this is the way to go. Actually. Oh. Maybe they don't have stones here, actually. Something about the shape of this that I'm not completely happy with yet. Like maybe I want to make it a little bit more Viking. I think that's what I want to do. Take the shape and make it a little bit more. This is the good shit. Let's make it a bit more Viking inspired here. Yes, this is good. This is what I need. Okay. Delete this roof. I know what I'm doing now. Kind of locking in. The hyperfixation is activating. Always be a serpent. I'll always Space B. I need to get out of my comfort zone and not build a square shape, but like an actual organic one, like I've done over there, you know? So gotta work on that at some point. Um, is sevens. An angel say. Okay. I also feel my hunger in real life creeping up on me, so I'll have to deal with that soon as well. But I wanna finish the base of this house first, I think, and then I'll go eat some food, and I'll be back. So I'm gonna need more dark oak. But I think did I put that here? I did, didn't I? Yeah, bingo. This and and this stripped dark oak wood. Down, down. This is the stuff. Oh, I can really feel that I'm hungry. Because I'm like locked in. Your funeral. Your funeral. Why did I decide to use deep slate? Oh well. You live and you learn. The consequences of my actions, you know? Um, hmm. Let's see here. Sorry if I'm not talking a lot right now. I'm very locked in. Um, I'm thinking about how much I want to eat food. But I know that I won't be able to think about anything else than this idea. If I don't actualize it. So let's do that first, and then I will go grab some fucking sustenance. Ooh, yeah, this is giving exactly what I wanted to give. Especially if we do sort of like this, maybe. Oh yeah, hold on, this. Yeah, okay. Now we're going into the organic shapes here. Getting excited. Like this. Okay. Here. Yes. No way. No way. No way. And then we enough leave us in Swan Club. Yeah. The Bonalia. $1 million kiste er mit blod. Tagestrofaste Leckereier, denke til min mor. No way. No way. No way. No way. Shit. Oh, good. Chef's kiss. De dybe dale strømmer sig i søen. Det er her, at jeg vil leve. Det er her, at jeg vil dø. Gane, der dig min sjæl. Muggerne forstenes, lyset slår dem jo ihjel. Oh, so cathartic. No. gonna pause this, and then I'm gonna put on some YouTube for you guys. While I'm gonna eat some dinner. And then after that, we'll get back into this building. Because now I'm getting this vision of making it sort of more organically shaped to fit the whole town turning into a more dark thing. I have this idea of like the town being a sort of living organism that can be corrupt. Here, the BRB.
Do you desire men? Do you desire men because you genuinely love men, or is it just because you hate women? Hi, my name is Atlas Cassidy, and this is one of my previous exam papers titled Good Gays and Bad Gays in Classical Athens. Trigger warning for mentioning of child abuse. I promise it won't be too graphic, and you can check the titles down in the thingy down there. So, acknowledgements and limitations. Before we can answer this question that I pose, we must establish a framework to understand this matter. First, if one of the two males in a same-sex relation mentioned in this are known to be underaged, for example, described as a youth or a boy, though it must be noted that sometimes the Greeks themselves used these terms inconsistently, it is important to acknowledge this is PDF file stuff first and same-sex relation second. If the pederasty had involved young girls and not boys, books on the topics would not have been called heterosexuality or opposite-sex relations in classical Athens. At last, it should be noted how common age gaps also were in male-female couplings in classical Athens. It is textbook homophobic for McDowell and other academics to read about Athenian men abusing young boys and immediately conflate it with homosexuality and same-sex attractions, or relations for that matter, as the main descriptor, thus failing to consider the historical evidence for age gaps in all relationships in Athens. Second, as we will see in the material that I will be presenting in this video, the history of same-sex relations in classical Athens is also the history of sex work. To avoid confusion, if a source uses a word like catamite or prostitute, I will only use the word sex work to stay consistent. These are just the limitations we have to work with when the course is specifically about court speeches in classical Athens as an analytical lens. The focus in this video will be on the exploitation of young boys by Athenian men and on the legal disenfranchisement of male sex workers. So, about those sex workers. In McDowell's Athenian Laws about Homosexuality from 2000, the primary source is Ashkenaz oration against Timarchus. The main issue raised by Ashkenaz is not necessarily that Timarchus has had same-sex relations, but rather that he allegedly used to be a male sex worker. It's not his status as a possible male-loving male that is scrutinized, but rather that if it's true that he has employed himself in sex work, he's breaking the legal limitations surrounding male sex workers who were Athenian citizens. Sex work was legal. However, if a male Athenian citizen arose to the vocation, a number of legal ramifications arose with it. The male sex-working Athenian was marked. He was atimos. He was deemed morally unfit to perform and participate in certain public actions. It's not only a moral issue, but very much so a legal one. He wasn't allowed to speak in the ecclesia, taking public office, being a member of the dikastai, speaking on behalf of himself or a friend in court, and could enter neither public temples nor the agora. In his oration, Ashkenaz attempted to argue that Timarchus had been paid to do sex work, unlike Ashkenaz, who was the epitome of the morally good gay. He brings up that, quote, I have myself been engaged in erotic passion and am still today, but it is shameful to be persuaded by the higher fee and prostitute oneself. He makes a distinction between loving those who are beautiful, which is equated with moral superiority, a generous and sympathetic way to perform a same-sex relation, and sex work, which to Aeschylus is to be equated with the act of a hybristes, in an uneducated man. If the judges rule that Timarchus has indeed performed sex work, it would be disastrous for Timarchus's career. Aeschylus mentions the legal limitations regarding male sex work, quote, "If anyone acts contrary to these provisions, he has provided indictments for being a sex worker and imposed the heaviest penalties for the offense." The legal ramifications of male sex work implied a two-category system of same-sex relations: the ones that are morally degrading for an Athenian citizen, and the types of same-sex relations that are acceptable. One of such legally acceptable same-sex relations we may find in the context of the case between Lysias' client and Simon, wherein two adult men fight for the very likely coerced favor of a young boy that they both are in love with. It should be noted that due to the Greek language used here, pais, we're not certain whether Theodotus is a young Athenian or an enslaved, possibly adult man. Regardless of the answer to that question, Theodotus is undoubtedly an infantilized individual, which is where the elements of child abuse and slavery intertwine with the history of same-sex relations in Athens. So, trigger warning: objectification and child abuse. In itself, the case of Lysias' client Simon takes no issue with the age gap between Lysias' client Simon and Theodotus, the Platonian pais caught between the two men in question. As we can see in the case against Diagiton, women in Athens were legally in the same level of rights as a minor and to some degree an object. If Diagiton's daughter had been able to actually control and own the inheritance from her father, the alleged fraudster's escapades could have been completely unnecessary. Instead, he can give her to his brother as she is in his possession. This is one of many examples of Athenian women being portrayed as objects. One aspect of this is the wording of giving a woman away in marriage, which is used in a number of forensic speeches. Another aspect is in Demosthenes 5:9-112, where female sex work is framed as a trade of whores, in contrast to how, as we've shown earlier, a male sex worker was described as selling himself. Though it should be noted that the description of Timarchus has commonalities with the case of Neaera, using language to undermine a woman's agency is a central strategy to the process of objectification. According to Demosthenes 5:9-122, women's functions boil down to the three roles. Quote, "For we have courtesans, hetairae, for pleasure, concubines for the daily service of our bodies, but wives for the production of legitimate offspring and to have reliable guardian of household property." To Apollodorus, women represent sexual pleasure, intimacy, and childbearing. Any actions related to these three become culturally connected to femininity, a limited sexual framework that Athenian men would have to understand their attractions to men within. Athenian same-sex relations were experienced through a heteronormative framework, which impacted the nature of the same-sex relations presented in the court speeches. Lysias' client and Simon understand their attraction to Theodotus through the same framework with slightly different perspectives. Where they agree is that a man like them can claim possession over Theodotus in the same way that men, with permission from the woman's kurios, the patriarch, could claim possession over a young woman. Both Lysias' client and Simon have to see Theodotus as an object without agency for their own attraction to cognitively make sense. What they disagree on, however, is on the topic of how to treat this possession. At least according to Lysias' client, quote, "I tried to win his affection by treating him well, while Simon thought that with violent and lawless behavior he would force the boy to do whatever he wanted." In the portrayal of Simon, which we can assume is biased to be as negative as possible, it is clear that he sees Theodotus as a physical belonging, a toy for his own desires that he has the right to claim and do with as he pleases. He even claims to have offered the boy payment of 300 drachmas, which pairs well with Simon's view of Theodotus as an object in the very physical sense. This is one outcome of the treatment of women within Athenian society as objects to claim, which is that when a man like Simon finds himself attracted to men, if he's not aware of the framework he's been taught, he can easily fall into the trap of thinking that anyone he's attracted to must be inferior to him. Lysias' client claims to be better than this, but it's still clear that he's also understanding his attraction to Theodotus through the heteronormative lens, albeit a different aspect of it. He still sees Theodotus as an object to be desired, but not an object to necessarily claim, rather an object to deserve and protect from violence. He may not allegedly be violent towards the boy, but there's still an emphasis on understanding the relationship through the lens of an active lover, older partner, with more power than the passive object of desire. This brings us back to the question of the disenfranchisement of male sex workers. With this sexual dynamic in mind, it's much clearer why a man who was an Athenian citizen was stripped of his rights if he were to sell his body. In the process of receiving payment for sexual favors, it's assumed that he loses his position as an objectifying power and enters the realm of the objectified. The disenfranchisement is a vital tool for the same-sex relationships between the men of Athens to be compatible with their misogynistic cognition, lest too much cognitive dissonance might destabilize the patriarchal system of the oikos. The laws were, simply put, used to uphold the status quo, the roles that were defined within the oikos. Homosexuality was allowed to exist, quote-unquote, in Athens, as long as it stayed within the framework of the patriarchal oikos. Furthermore, the idea of selling one's body could also be considered the feature of an enslaved, which is another moral pollution that the laws against same-sex relations kept at bay. Limitation number 2, women. So what about women? The cases that I've brought forth so far have only regarded relations between males. Why are there no such cases involving women who engaged with other women? The first caveat that comes to mind is that if we consider the hypothetical case that an Athenian woman were to pay another Athenian woman for sex work, the list of rights that were stripped from the male sex worker were rights that Athenian women didn't have in the first place. Women were not seen as capable of having agency and thus could not vote in court or be part of a panel of judges. There's simply nothing at stake, as it was implied that only men could sexually corrupt another man's woman. The concept of queer women's sexuality is far beyond the scope of the framework that Athenian sexuality was understood within, at least when it pertains to the legal field, court speeches, and legal discourse. Thus, the second aspect that comes to mind is the hypothetical case of a woman SAing a young person, as would be a case that could have appeared had the law of men abusing boys been inclusive of that. Such a case cannot exist in a sexual framework that pictures the women as always being the passive receiver. To conceptualize a hypothetical SA like this would require a court to acknowledge the woman as a possible active participant with agency. Furthermore, one can imagine that if a woman had a sexual relation to a married woman, the law would not even consider that an option. Perhaps as such relation, if both partners were cisgender women, could not result in children. The Athenian laws on infidelity only targets heteronormative couplings. So, in conclusion, this further supports the theory that same-sex relations in Athens were understood through the lens of the patriarchal oikos, and therefore the laws must reflect it. To avoid the existence of same-sex relations endangering the patriarchal structure of the oikos, same-sex relations had to be moderated through the disenfranchisement of male sex workers and the normalization of the pederasty. Having a same-sex relation was legal as long as you did it in an oikos-honoring heterosexual way.
And for the Institute to continue, we have to find a way to...
Nothing with that hypocrite's name will be allowed to exist. He will be stripped of everything he has taken. He will be exposed and humiliated, then let him wander the world as a non-entity he is.
He's writing a book.
He will never be published. I will break his contract. He will vanish. Thief, bastard, spineless,
Stop
crawling.
it! You can't go on like this. He's lost his friends. He's lost his work. It's punishment enough, Ein. I'm asking you to show compassion.
Why?
It's what humans do. Frank! Tell them, please.
I don't understand a word of it. Never did.
You are falling into error,
No,
and you have passed into corruption.
it isn't right to destroy him. You know that. You all do.
You disappoint me.
Yes. Yes. Goodbye, Ein.
I'm free. I'm free. In my first ever YouTube video, Ayn Rand's Nightmare, I promised a part 2. Since then, I have read parts of Ayn Rand's fictional works, and I have watched as many TV interviews as I could get my hands on. And most importantly, I read Goddess of the Market by Jennifer Burns. The more pages I read, the less I wanted to make a video about Ayn Rand, so I didn't. This video will not be covering the serial abuse, cult leadership, pyramid scheme, and grooming that Ayn Rand partook in. You can read all about that in Jennifer Burns' book, Goddess of the Market. Instead, this video will try to tell the story of Ayn Rand's primary victim, Frank O'Connor. Charles Francis O'Connor was born in 1897 in Lorien, Ohio, to a Catholic family of 7 children in total. His mother, Mary Agnes O'Connor, was a homemaker, and his dad, Dennis O'Connor, was a steelworker and an alcoholic. About Mary, Burns writes, overbearing and ambitious, she dominated her large brood and her passive alcoholic husband. This will be foreshadowing for the kinds of domestic dynamic that Frank would come to expect in his future relationships. Frank dropped out of Catholic school at 14, became an atheist, but never fully shedded the gender expectations that he grew up with. A year after, at 15, his mother passed away, and he had to move with 3 of his brothers to New York to fend for themselves. Around 1926, he moved to Hollywood, where he began his career as an extra in the booming silent film industry of the time. Frank met his abuser and wife, Ayn Rand, while they were both extras on the set of The King of Kings in 1927. Ayn Rand appears in the crowd of this procession scene, and Frank plays a Roman soldier. Somewhere in these shots, first person to spot them, post it in the Discord and I'll give you VIP for life. No, really, I have no clue where they are in these shots. Editing Atlas here with some good news. That turned out to be a lie. I found this documentary from the 1990s. It uses these enhanced shots of the King of Kings to show you exactly where Frank is. He is right there. Anyways, back to the video. Frank's most notable appearance that I actually have the access to showing you would be 3 on a Match from 1932. Frank played a telegraph operator, which you can see behind me here, working on the machine. Before retiring from film work to be a house husband for Ayn Rand, he played a speaking role as Jake Cannon in As Husbands Go from 1934. I couldn't find the original, but if you watch until the end of the video, I have a little treat for you. As Ayn Rand started earning progressively more money from her books, the couple was able to move into a luxurious home in California in 1943. I'd like Burns to take the lead here so you can feel what I felt reading this. While Rand busied herself with writing and networking, Frank thrived in California. The purchase of the Chatsworth property had been his decision, for Rand was unconcerned with where they lived. The house was extraordinary by any measure. Rand's office was on the ground floor, with glass doors that opened to a private patio. The master bedroom was set apart on the upstairs floor, Adjoining it was a mirrored bathroom and a roof pool that Frank filled with exotic fish. The open two-story living room was an resting space, painted brilliant blue, and dominated by a towering philodendron tree with leaves that Frank meticulously polished. Birds flew in and out of the house, and outside was a spacious patio that could hold 200 people. The house was encircled by a goldfish-filled moat lined by Japanese hyacinth. The house meant far more to Frank than an investment. Reinventing himself as a gentleman farmer, he grew lush gardens on their land and raised a flock of peacocks. In true individualist fashion, the birds were not shut up in cages but flew shrieking about in the property. Frank's agricultural dabbling soon revealed a true talent for horticulture, the fields filled with bamboo, chestnuts, pomegranate trees, and blackberry bushes. In a greenhouse, he bred delphiniums and gladiolas, and over the years developed 2 new hybrids, one called Lipstick and another called Halloween. He supervised a small staff of Japanese gardeners, and in the high season opened a roadside vegetable stand to sell excess produce. After one of his employees taught him flower arranging, he began selling gladiolas to Los Angeles hotels. No longer living in Rand's shadow, Frank's talents drew admiration from his neighbors and customers. So you'd think Frank had finally found a harmonious place in life, a little bit of peace. But then, as domestic life with Ayn Rand unraveled, the abuse took on a form and shape that I would now like to give you a trigger warning for. Trigger warning for domestic abuse. Within the household, however, Frank continued to carefully defer to Ayn. Deep in concentration, she was often shocked to discover that he had silently glided into the house to tend to the flowers or deliver the latest crop. At her request, he agreed to wear a small bell on his shoe so that she could hear him come and go. The rhythm of daily life revolved around her writing. She worked in the downstairs study, the door firmly shut and instructions to be left alone. A few days a week, a secretary came in and took dictation. The house was large enough to accommodate live-in servants, typically a couple who divided household and outdoor tasks between them. Lunch was served on a regular schedule, but all understood they were not to speak to Ayn Rand unless spoken to. If she was lost in thought, the meal would be a silent affair. Dinner was more formal, with servants delivering a hot meal to the couple when summoned. This is as good as it gets for Frank. Ayn Rand was controlling him more and more, but he managed to hold himself above water with his gardening and his paintings. Famously, his painting Man Also Rises was used in this edition of The Fountainhead. Similar level of famous, this painting of Ayn Rand. We'll get to that in a minute. In 1951, Ayn Rand coerced him to move to New York to be close with their new friends, Nathaniel and Barbara Brandon. In September of 1954, Frank and Barbara were coerced into accepting a non-ethical, non-monogamous relation between Ayn Rand and Nathaniel Brandon. Nathaniel was a young man that Ayn Rand had groomed through her cult, the Collective.
I know your intelligence. I know. You hold no value higher than reason. Reason, after all, is what drew us together. You know what I am. You know what Nathan is. By the logic of what love and sex means, this had to happen. We ask your permission. We ask that you return to us the love that we feel for you.
No. No. I will not be part of this. This insanity.
Frank.
Barbara, you know what you are to me. But Ayn is right. We have to work this out.
It's in this same period of time that Frank suggests the title Atlas Shrugged to Ayn Rand, which would go on to become a bestseller. Rand adopted the title, but the emotional impetus completely flying over her head. At this time, Frank had been the one to hold up the household. He was Atlas, not me but the Titan, holding up Ayn Rand's world, and as he was coerced into accepting the affair with Nathaniel, he saw no other option than to shrug.
She had a typewriter, a Remington Rand. Crazy about movies. Came right up to me and said, "You are the embodiment of my ideal man." I never had a chance. The ideal man. Whenever she'd say it, I felt like a fool. But I thought she loved me. I thought that was real.
Will you leave her?
Got no money. No profession. It's all hers. I'm 54. Where would I go? What would I do? I don't have a choice.
As a symbol of his devotion to the non-consensual, non-monogamous relationship, he painted this portrait of Ayn Rand, which he gave to Nathaniel as a gift. Twice a week, Frank would leave the house to go to a local bar so that Nathaniel and Ayn Rand could have their affair in peace. I did not... Hold on, I couldn't get myself to write this in the script form. But I want to say I might get a little shaky here because I've had a similar thing happen to me in a previous relationship. And if I can be completely honest, as per my video about why I should be honest, that's not the only thing the video is about. You go watch it. Part of why I wanted to make this video about Frank instead of Ayn Rand is because I see myself in Frank a little bit here. I was lucky, though, that I got out of the relationship before it got worse. And if you're in a similar situation, I really, really hope that this can be a wake-up call for you. Speaking of worse, in the 1960s, although a surgery temporarily helped it, painful contractions in his hand's tendons worsened and worsened, rendering him unable to paint like he used to. Throughout the late 1970s, as his health worsened furthermore, as he sunk into alcoholism and fell into what I can only describe as an eating disorder, sometimes he could not recognize people. Sometimes he refused to eat and was terribly frightened when Rand tried to force him. He still retained his habit of standing when a woman entered the room. Frank died November the 7th, 1979, at New York Hospital and was buried in Kensico Cemetery in Valhalla, New York City. When Rand died in 1982, she was placed next to him. Even in death, he couldn't escape her.
All right. We are back. Let me just close this. There we go. All right. I have returned and I've eaten some food and I feel a bit better now. And now I'm gonna be a little slouchy for the next 20 minutes, but then it'll pick up again, you know. Ooh, I'm so happy with how the images, stills for the recent video stuff has come out. Okay, let's see here. There's also a vision building in my head of like a Viking train station, but I'm not fully... I'm thinking about like how would the Vikings have built architecturally if they had had the same like power and resources as like the Roman Empire, but still the same materials. And let's go back to the playlist. Let's pick up somewhere around where we left off. Somewhere like here. Nope. here. Yeah, that's where we were, I think. Wait, why is that album on here? Sure. Okay. Na, 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 na. Okay. Oh, I gotta stretch. Oh, and I know why I'm like dizzy. I've just eaten food, and I also need to remember to take my vitamins because, especially in the winter, I've been told by my doctor like you're gonna lack. Oh yeah, I can feel it on my hand. Yeah. And that during the winter I might even have to take 2 of these because I'm not getting any sunlight whatsoever. Even if I go outside, which I've done yesterday, it's still minimal amount of sunlight that you get. You get fresh air, of course, but it's like nothing. Which is why D vitamin deficiency is like one of the most common things here in Denmark. I think it's at least 30% or something. The population are taking D vitamins supplements because it's just not possible. Like, yeah, just go outside in the sun. Nope. Yeah, well, I do that. I go out almost always once a day, usually. It's that one that I dropped. I dropped my vitamin pill. One of them. It's just the D7. Which, by the way, there's so much bullshit hair care and hair supplements. The only thing that actually works is 2 things. If we're talking about male pattern baldness and growing your hair quicker. Male pattern baldness is a specific type of testosterone where you can get a specific hormone blocker called something with F. There's a specific hormone blocker for that specific hormone because it turns out the specific type of testosterone only handles male pattern baldness for some reason. Sorry about that. So you can get something called finasteride. Bingo. Finasteride, which is a very specific hormone blocker that only blocks that specific testosterone. There is also something called Capilia longa, which is it's something that can, if you have the hair follicles that are not active, it's because that's very common to have some hair follicles here. You can use that to rub here, and that might, if you're lucky, activate some hair follicles. And then when it comes to like things you can eat, there's only one thing. There's these. It's B7. B7 is the specific vitamin that has to do with hair growth and nail growth. And it is not that easy necessarily to get naturally. I don't remember where you get these in your neck, but vitamin B in general is not easy to get your hands on. However, one of the most difficult ones would be the B12, which I have from my fucking doctor. I have a doctor prescribed B12. B12 you can only get through like meat and algae. Like the only vegan B12 you can get is vitamin supplements, or because algae are the only like non-animal source. But yeah, I take B7 to make my hair look the way it does, and it's been I've taken it I think ever since I was 18 and wanted to grow out my hair, and I wanted to like I did a lot of homework on like, is there anything I can do to make it grow faster? Just like by a year, you know? Cutting it from like 4 to 3 years to get long hair. And B7 is the thing that has really helped my hair stay healthy. And keep growing, because I want to have it long again. I know that this technically is long for a man, but it's been like down to my waist at some point. We've just made it to nipple length. I want it to go all the way down to the belly button like it used to. Let's see here. I need concrete. I need concrete evidence. Haha. Wait, this is not concrete. Hold on a minute. Terracotta. Point still stands. Wait, hold on. Very important here. Have I been building with terracotta or with concrete? Terracotta, okay. I've been saying the wrong word for a while now. Oops. Here. Terracotta. And spruce planks, right? Actually, just turn all these into spruce planks. This one as well was Within Temptation live at Copenhagen. Some of their songs, like their newer songs, they were like medium, but the old songs live, people went nuts. So good. I can feel in my head that I've been needing those vitamins. I get like a bit of like a kick. My brain is like, what is this? What is these? What are these vitamins? What are you doing? And is my... Oh god, that's why my head hurts. The brightness on my monitor has been very low. Okay, my second monitor is fine. This is much better. You can't really see it, of course, but I just turned off on the up. Oh my god. Turned off the brightness. Which does make me appear a bit more, you know, bright. Understand me. They try to suck us down. Let's... Yeah, no, we actually don't need to... They found me. Song's supposed to be done, okay. Oh yeah, see, this is the shape I like. Sort of organic, wavy shape. forget so easily. I was born, it's again again. Right back. Think I could do it again. Oh, that's what's not adding up. And a seven. I could do it again. Come back in, and I would do it again. Darling, I would do it again. Darling, I would do it again. See, now we're talking. I kind of want to do like a wooden roof, maybe would be appropriate. Let's see here. So like, it's like this. Okay. As far as full, that's no bueno. And we put the, there we go. Some more space. Oh, I like this style. I think I want to do that style too for the train station. Maybe. Not sure. See, because I want to do a darker version of. I really, really like this style over here. But it's so much work to make it look like this. But that's again, the work pays off. can have this like organic shape. Yes. Oops, that's Billy. I'm gonna do I think I want to do a deep slate version of that kind of roof. Yeah. So we're gonna need like this and this. So I want it to go out like this. Welcome back. Oh yeah, and I given you VIP. So doing sort of oh, no, that's too flat. I need to I have a shape now at least of this house here. Now I just need the roof shape. I want it to look like my reference over here, but maybe like a more, like what would be like a more urban, like this could be like, this is the more like a, yeah. Yeah, I forgot to give you VIP because you already had a symbol next to yours, and I was like, oh right, you need the other symbol too, because you already have the prime symbol. I think my brain was like, oh yeah, he already has the diamond. Now you have a diamond and a crown. But I wanna do this sort of style, but in a more like urban, in this context, more urban style. So a deep slate roof instead. And this could be sort of like the more like Hobbit kind of style. So it's gonna require me to do that sort of like windy shape. And then the difference though is that here is these windows are the same layer, but I'm working with a more Viking-esque shape of a house over here, so that's interesting to see how I can sort of incorporate that there. Probably have to do like this. And then give me some more to work with here. I'm gonna need a lot more of this deep slate bricks, which I have here. Blackstone. And bathe me clay. It's too flat. It needs to be more pointy. Like, mm, mm, this needs to be more pointy. Now we're good at doing very like finesse. This is about like the eye for a detail in the shape here. Because I want it to have a very specific flow. One of my favorite things in Minecraft is to try to work with shapes that are not square. Because it's a really interesting sort of restriction in a world that's not made to do square things, you know? Like, bathe me clay. Yo. See, now we're talking. Some sort of shape like this, like a more gothic interpretation of the thing I did over there. Just gonna require a lot of like stuff like this, I think. And we want this to kind of float out since so we're gonna need this to like travel out here. This. This. I always use like 2 layers of to kind of give the illusion of a shape. Get to be able to like fine tune the shape a bit more. You can always use like this, like 2 layers to make it feel more smooth. I do think I want to do like something like this. Maybe even delete these. Oh, I know what I need. I need blackstone, deep slate brick wall here to kind of assist. Because of course we don't have vertical slabs, so we're gonna do this. Oh yeah, baby. Now we're talking. Okay. Then this. Now we're kind of building out a shape here. A shape is, you know, coming along here. Of course, it's not going to be as organic looking as the other one. I want it to be an interpretation of like how would that sort of style be interpreted by a more metropolitan situation. there. This. Oh yeah, okay. Things are happening. My brain is braining. How am I gonna make the roof travel backwards? Maybe like this? Yes. I can clearly hear the Chelsea Wolf inspiration. Which I always get back into when it's winter and winter depression hits. So I want it up here. Then make it go like. Yeah. Stop. Breakdown will always get me. Mm. It's good. Let's go further out. Yeah, here. Mm. really, really good song. But it's also the song that made me realize I was those things done to me as a kid. Um, let's go here. Yeah, it's I do pot soul for the roof. Duh. Do it? Wait. Okay. First of all, I do the. It is turning. Be this turning. It's this one. The shape is almost how I want it. I think I want it to go a little more up here. This one. This one. This. We're cooking. Just gonna do the same thing on the other side. No problem. Yeah, yeah. Mm. 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 She wants so, she wants so, she wants so, she wants so, she wants so. More, it's more. Mm. It's more, it's more, it's more. See that? I'm building a lot. I need my gloves. More, some more. It's gonna take care of him. Someone's gotta take care of him. He had it coming. It coming. It coming. Yeah. Okay, now comes the question. Material should be here. Adam's brand new bed. She's making a mess of my garden, Lord. Can't take me back, can't put me back, can't put me back. She's ranting a story instead. And he'll know that will always put me first. She's breaking the mess in my garden, Lord. Can't put me back, can't put me back, can't put me back. She's mysterious starting, Lord. So for you, she making a mess of my cotton lard. Mysterious starting lord. Put me back, can't put me back, can't put me back. Push me, just touch me till I can get no satisfaction. Push me, just touch me till I can get no satisfaction. Just touch me till I can get satisfaction. Satisfaction. Just I mean, you know how it goes. Yeah, we're basically not enough viewers to rate her. That's fine. So I will be going over there because I'm getting tired. And I'm also kind of getting really concentrated on this build. So I'll see you over there.